What is that? Huh? Oh, thank you. Wait, I already have water. Well, yeah. Hand me that. Oh, yes, yes, absolutely. Hand me that. Put this one over there. Here we go. Okay, thank you. Mwah. All right. Okay. Welcome, Internet. Let me introduce you to Twitch. Twitch. Say hello to Internet again. So the main intro is welcome everybody. As Van said, more PC parts. It's mostly like yesterday's build, where it's parts I have, kind of a Franken build type of thing, because I'm addicted to the building. Like literally, if I had no access to new parts at all, I'd still be addicted to, like, you know, mixing and matching all of the, you know, the good stuff, the junk stuff, the old stuff, the new stuff. I'd be addicted to that. It's just like a thing that I don't know, I kind of learned, I guess. It was like a, I don't know, a zen-like state type of thing for me to, like, put this stuff together. Kind of like when people do, you know, they get into Legos, or they get into models, or maybe they get into painting, whatever, right? You know, there's like different things and hobbies you can get into that, and you know, this one happens to be many times very expensive, which is not good. But whatever. You know, I could definitely be going in debt or spending my money on worse things. Thank God. You know, praise God that I'm not, you know, doing anything that is damaging to me per se, like health-wise, right? So, you know, we'll just take that as it is. Today we're going to unbox a TUF Gaming power supply, and then we're going to use it as part of another Franken-ish build, but like an all-arounder, just a PC parts roundup that can play, obviously not like the newest stuff in really good quality or high quality, but it will play them mostly, right? And we'll get through it, but it will also serve as, like, maybe, you know, like a backup stream box, stream machine, whatever, that I can turn to if anything catastrophic happens. Maybe it would be, you know, a good one for emulation games, stuff like that. So that's what we're gonna do today. True dat. That's right, Van. Yo, failed Magnum. What is up? Would I like many viewers? Hell to the yeah. What the fuck kind of question is that? I would not be streaming if I didn't want a lot of viewers, okay? But I'm also okay with a nice cozy, you know, viewership. So let me go ahead and fucking give you a warm welcome, Mr. Failed. Thank you. However, I'm not interested in any services where I have to pay for said viewers at the moment, right? I think that is probably for someone who's a lot more consistent than I am. I'm working on it. Or it's for someone who already kind of has a little bit of movement. Maybe those type of people would look into your services more than me. But you are welcome here anytime. So I hope you will feel free to come say hello, you know, in between your promotion of your product. So thanks a lot. What else? What else we got here? I think that's all of the housekeeping stuff. Yes, I do need to either tweak or upgrade the cameras and or the lighting. But you know, I've been spending all my money on this shit, so I don't have much left over, which is backwards. It should be, this is what you should be putting your money into if you want to be streaming, right? This first, right? This is second. So, and also we're having some yummy carnivore keto-ish diet foods. I will try not to scrunch in your ears this time. Oh my god, that is so good. Oh man, mi esposa. She throws it down with that food, man. She puts a good scald on that shit, boy. Alright. Do I encourage everybody? Take care of your health. Look into it. Research it. There are ways to take care of your health that's good for you, because, you know, everybody might be a little bit different. That is also delicious, so look into it, my fellow interneters. Alright, let's get this kind of out of the way. We're gonna like eat as we unbox, I guess. And then again, just vitaminas. This is just a supplement that helps with like your knees and your elbows and shit like that. Because Jonesy's been through a few wars, okay? That, you know, that's a story for another time, but Jonesy has been in some battles, okay? These knees, this back, these elbows, they have seen and been through some shit, man. And I suppose many of you out there have been through some battles, got some war injuries. Take care of yourself. Be careful. Alright, let's make sure we don't share any serial numbers. ATM. Okay. Hey, yeah, that's me. I like that. Which one is that? Is that my Franken or my Better TV ones? I can't remember. I gotta go in there and add some more if I have any slots. I want to add some like more mean ones. Like add to the total. So, I guess to kind of introduce it more, I do have, you know, the name and everything in the description, and then, you know, kind of like a shortened version in the title. But this is the Asus ATX 3.0 TUF Gaming 1200 watt gold rated by both the 80 plus group and the cybernetics people. So, you know, decent. I've seen, I think, a couple of decent reviews about it, you know, like professional reviews. And then I've also seen some, you know, decent reviews of like, you know, customers like me. Like us, I suppose. But I've also seen some, you know, negative stuff here or there. I've seen that there was some reports of maybe the fan being a little loud. But you know, that kind of stuff could be dependent on, you know, your build, right? How did you install it? Does your case have a good spot, like a good airflow spot for your power supply? Did you install it, you know, upside down-ish? Even though, you know, these, you know, did you block off the cooling? Did you put it on the floor with carpet? You know, those things can cause your power supply to run a little hotter, and then of course they will end up being much louder, right? Let's see, is this in the way? A little bit. This is the screen I'm looking for chat, so I'm trying not to block too much, but I guess we'll do this maybe? I don't think I know. Can't really see me, but whatever. Alright, so they give you all the certificates saying, yeah, that's, you're getting what you're getting. Hopefully. Got a hopefully nice cable here. You get some zip ties, some mounting screws, get some Velcro straps, TUF Gaming branded. You get this that you're not supposed to eat, so remember that. Here's the cable. Ooh, come on. All right, now the one major flaw in my opinion on this power supply is this is definitely leaning towards the 12-watt high power connector angle. Yo, what's up, May? Throw parties every time I sit down. Yeah, mine too. Sometimes mine do a lot of parties when my knees when I'm going up and down the stairs. Like I don't want to creep anybody out, but I do experience the grinding noises in my knees. So there's that. It is the you know, kind of typical plug receptacle. Forgot what the name of this one is, but like the 15 amp, I guess, versus those 1600-ish watt power supplies we've been looking at have that other one. So we'll put that off to the side. We don't need to keep that on the counter here. Really good. So anyway, this is leaning towards the ATX 3.0 standard stuff for GPU power, because it only has, according to the box, 3 PCIe cables included. And that also may mean that it only has 3, whatever, I don't know what I'm saying, but anyway. So here's the 12-volt high power connector. Claims, can't really see it, but 600 watts. So it's like, okay, yay. Yay for 600 watts. Gives you 2. SATA, gonna need those today. And then it has this PCIe split thing for, yeah, plug that into the 12-volt high power. I guess you can. Okay, I don't know if I trust that, but you could do more. It looks like they have a special cable here that goes from the 12-volt high power connector on the PSU. We're not going to get a focus. Alright, anyway, trust me, it says PSU on this. Right? And then on the other end, you get a couple of, and they have the full 8-pin if you need it. So I guess I can do SLI on this. So maybe the people who reviewed it bad because of not having enough didn't understand you could do that. Molex. Yeah. Another one of those. Well, actually, no, this is not. This is your standard. So you get 3 of these standard ones, but you get one of those adapters for 12-volt high power to PCIe. Get your CPU, and they're all this stuff that, you know, some of us hate this because it can be very messy, this style. If you're not going to take the time to do combs, or if you're not going to sleeve it yourself, you can get sleeves for this kind of stuff. So that can be messy, but I don't mind too much because most of it usually hides on the back, and I don't go too crazy with the cable management. I hate wires in general, so a lot of times I don't mess with so there you go. There's your 24. Okay. Alright, so those are the cables. Now we'll take a look at the power supply itself. So it is not super heavy. I mean, I guess, you know, it's only gold. It's a 1200 watt, not like some kind of 1600 watt. And it's not their top of the line from Asus. This is like, what is it, like the middle range maybe? The TUF stuff. So there it is. Got some cool branding. I kind of like the look of it. So this would definitely be a plus if you have the type of case that shows this branding off. You know what I mean? There's the back. There's the other side. And here are the plugs. So here you can see on the power supply itself, there is only 3 CPU and PCIe, right? So depending on, you know, how many plugs the CPU and your motherboard uses and that you want to plug in, like if you want to go full power with it, it is limited. So that is definitely it is a legit complaint looking at it, the actual power supply. Even though they give you an adapter here for PCI, so you can, you know, you can have more cables. Technically, since these are shared for the CPU and the PCIe 8 pins, since they're shared, you definitely will end up in a situation where if you use 2 of these for your CPU, which I'm going to have to, then you only got 1 left, and then you get 2 more here. So now you definitely only have 3, which that's a bummer. But fortunately, I'm not going to be doing the SLI on this build like I was originally planning. So, but is it tough enough? That is correct. We're going to find out. I hope it is, because it is going to have to deal with probably the most vicious 3080 Ti ever, right? The EVGA for the Win 3 Ultra 3080 Ti, after they released a firmware update for that right when they were like shutting down, right when it was RIP EVGA. They gave the fans I mean, you can unlock these kind of things yourself, but you know, it's a little more work and you got to search things and know what you're doing and fucking change the BIOS on the card. But they just did it through their precision software, and I mean, the power draw on this thing is fucking ridiculous. Like, you can get between 300 and 400 watts just from the GPU after that firmware change by EVGA. So cheers. Gonna take another bite. Oh man, that is so good. Chef's kiss good. Okay. So that concludes the, as far as I can remember, the only unboxing part of this stream. I'm just gonna kind of do this kind of organization of it. And then we'll start. I gotta take most of the parts that I need for this build are in one case, the Cooler Master Stormtrooper OG case, man. I love that case. I gotta take most of the parts out of there and slide them over into the EVGA DG-87. How does it taste? It is delicious. Already off stream, kind of, I'll say it again, mi esposa, man, she put a scald on that. It was, ooh, good work. Good work. That's phenomenal. Anyway, so let me kind of get some of that. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. I had to check on the internet stuff. I think if we disconnect a few things from the Wi-Fi here, and maybe we'll do lower resolution on some of the stuff that's going on in the background. Maybe the lag and the skips and stuttering will stop. I hope. It's looking a little better right now. Hopefully it stays better, but I just never know, because even sometimes when I do everything I can for my end of it, you know, inside my house's Wi-Fi and internet, and you know, of course the stream machine is hooked wire, it's on Ethernet, so but still I try to limit everything here, and then sometimes it's just the neighborhood. You know, it's just the ISP is like screwing me over, throttling me, and or the neighborhood is just using a ton of bandwidth at whatever moment that I start dropping it, I guess. So, all right, let me have a little bit more of this. Alright, so they just remind you to make sure you plug in. It should be this way for all cables, right? And then my camera doesn't want to focus, but make sure you plug it in all the way, you know? On both sides. You know? Do not, that's why there's an X there, do not leave any gaps. You know, plug it in one correctly, correct orientation, correct direction, all that kind of stuff. But then also make sure that it's seated all the way, and not just with the 12 volt high power one, even though that one's the most famous. All power supply cables, all cables in general, right? Alright, so let me see.
Imagine that.
Alright, sorry, one little adjustment and it looks like I kind of effed the stream again. I was just changing a chat setting, so I don't know why that would have a major impact. Man, that was good. Yummy. Alright, everybody, thank you for your patience. But if I didn't get that grub in me, we're going to have some major issues when it comes to energy. Alright. Almost ready that we could just jam out. Taking care of the food, the sustenance. Got a little bit of caffeine from the old sugar-free soda. The stevia zevia soda. Alright, cool. So now let's see. I guess we should put this off to the side. Let's untether so I can move around more freely. Because we gotta bring up the OG CM Stormtrooper case up to the table so we can uninstall the motherboard we're gonna use. Well, I don't know what power supply this goes to, but okay. Alright. Man. This is going to be questionable. Should I take the back door off? Yeah, maybe, so in case we gotta get to something. Let's take that off. Yeah, because there's a few things back there that we definitely might need to mess with. And then what's this down here? Oh, Velcro. Okay. So these are just from the AiO. So we're gonna shove those back through. So they're on the other side. And so the motherboard that we're, building everything around today is the AsRock Taichi X570. So it's an oldie, but in my opinion, a goodie. I really appreciate and like this motherboard quite a lot. What the hell? Okay, come on. There we go. plug from the motherboard. So yeah, we got things kind of crisscrossed around here. That's fine. Ow, got my thumb kind of stuck. See? Shoving these back in. And then we got to unplug down here. What is this? This is USB? Yeah, that's USB. Put that back through. And in this case, we'll stay here in this stream room as a, you know, maybe a test bench case. Or, you know, put random parts in or whatever. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I think that's pretty much it. So let's get inside here. And let me get my nerd light on so I can see. As it looks like, it's unusual, but it looks like stream could see better than me. And it's usually the other way around with my settings here, but I guess I'm needing glasses fairly soon. Okay, so let's go ahead and unplug that one. Take this out. Oh, while I'm doing this, I'm gonna have this other, because I gotta steal the, well, wait a minute. No, it should be fine. Yeah. We're actually gonna be stealing a hard drive set from a small case. So we got another thing to uninstall after we get all this out. Maybe I should get that first. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab, because it's just all I need from that case is the 2 or 3 hard drives that are in it. So today is more of a Frankenstein PC than yesterday, even technically. So we have that in store for us. So here is this baby little ITX case. This thing's pretty cute, gotta say. This is just a little ITX, what is it, a 270, a Z270 Intel platform. I believe it's an AsRock. Yeah, AsRock ITX motherboard, and it has a 4790K CPU, so this is an oldie, right? And we want the lovely hard drives from this thing. I'm gonna make something else out of this. I might even make a router out of this build, maybe, or like a little mini server. As long as I'm not doing anything too crazy, I'm sure the 4790K will be plenty. And then it has a GTX 980, another oldie but a goodie, in here. Oh no, that one got pinched. Alright, let's get it. See if we can force it out of here. It has a 750 watt Corsair, what is that, an HX power supply. Oh, Tom's trying to tell me to wake up. Okay, now take this side off as well. And then it has like a little, what is this one? I think this one's a 240, yeah. I was trying to double check if maybe it was a 280, but I think this is a 240. 240 AiO Corsair. One of those older, like 100i or whatever fucking, one of the I's. Whatever the hell I could say about that. Now these hard drives are actually going to be a little bit difficult to get out. We got this in the way. But this has a Windows 10 install that I might be able to upgrade to Windows 11, because you know Windows 10 is dropping support unless you pay extra. Like probably any day now, if it hasn't already happened. It's this month, that I know. So I can at least get use out of this OS, and hopefully I can upgrade to 11, because this AsRock Taichi X570 motherboard does have the secure boot style TPM stuff that Windows 11 bitches at you for having or not having. So I believe that is the OS on an old M4 Crucial. Are we dropping frames again? No, we haven't in quite a bit. Yay! All right, we might be good, ladies and gentlemen. We may be good to go today. No, actually, there's another SSD in here that could be the OS drive. Uh-oh. Have to figure out which one it is, because I generally like to, it sometimes can matter, but a lot of times it doesn't actually matter which port you plug everything into. You know, like when you're using SATA drives, right? Because you can just change what you're Alright, hold on. Where did I put that other screw? There's one mounting screw I have in here somewhere. I don't know where exactly it is. I can kind of feel it. Where is it? Is it right here? Right there, maybe? I can't friggin' see anything. Gotta get some glasses, my guy. Feels like it's right there, but I don't see any screws. Maybe it's just wedged in here. Or, oh wait, maybe it's up here. Hold on. Ah, there, wait, no. That's not it. I think it's wedged. Yep, it's wedged in. That's what it was. Okay, so we'll see if we can get this out of here. I think we've untethered all of these. Fucking sons of beaches. Yay. So an MX100 versus an M4. I think maybe it's the 100 that has the OS on it. Dude, I don't know. Well, whatever. Whatever. Dude. Oh man, I should have like fired it up to find out, but I didn't want to really mess with that. Okay, wait a minute. Maybe we should leave these in here. That way it'll be easier in the new case. But then I won't have any thing for this. Actually, this doesn't go to this case, it looks like, so never mind. Never mind. I'm just rambling. You feel me? I'm just rambling. Okay. Hopefully my cameras will be okay here in a minute. Are we alright? Sort of? I guess it's kind of good enough. Oh no, we dropped some more frames. What is going on? What in the heck is going on? I'm gonna have to fucking like break out the satellite internet, put the rest of the house on it or something. Or is it possibly just the ISP fucking with me? Or maybe FBI. FBI is watching me, like fucking throttling my connection. Alright. Put this back on here. I don't think I had any other hard drives in here, did I? That would be weird if I left it in here. Nope. It was just those 4. Okay. Alright, say goodbye to the cute little ITX case. It's a Corsair right there. Yo, thanks for the follow, Wick. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for dropping by. We are growing. Yes, we are. Stream is growing. Let's go. Bring it. Though I don't want any services unless they're free. You got a free service you can offer me, then that's cool. But otherwise, thanks for the follow. All right, hard drives are good. We took our SLI HB bridge. We took that out already, but now we got to finish getting the rest of the motherboard and AIO out of this thing. So let's bring it up here. Now we're back to this. Now we're good to go.
Imagine that.
I'm imagining. Ginger. Thank you. Yes, that is true. White Bat Audio. That is the jams. Those are the jams that Jones likes to listen to. Okay. Okay, so it has this kind of a... You gotta be careful because these can be fragile, these plastic tabs or whatever that pop off the top. But it's important to take that off so you can get to the screws and things like that of the AIO cooler. That helps you uninstall everything. So let's see here. So as you can see, we got like some SLI type setup. We already took the high bandwidth bridge off. These are a couple of 1080 Ti's, the GOATs, in my opinion. When you consider all things, price, performance at the time, performance now, you know, when you consider all those factors, the 1080 Ti is definitely got to be in the top 3 GOATs, right? So we'll take those out because we're going to be putting a 3080 Ti for this build for its purposes. So these, here, I'll show them. My opinion, very beautiful cards. Love the blower design. Very nice. This happens to be, this is a reference card, this one, but it happens to be EVGA sold, branded, and I suppose put together, right? And I think the reason that they had those back then, where they had the same reference cooler that NVIDIA had, is I think companies like EVGA would bin the chips that NVIDIA would send them. And so the lower end ones that didn't overclock as well would end up, they would make reference cards out of them, right? And then the you know, higher bend ones that overclocked better, they would end up in their, like, for the win and their, you know, dark and whatever, right? Depending on how well they overclock, perhaps, right? Or whatever metrics they use to measure that shit, I guess. Which leads me to believe why this one is not EVGA. This is straight from NVIDIA, this 1080 Ti reference card. This one actually performs better, runs cooler, uses less power, scores a little better, and overclocks better than that EVGA reference. Which, you know, could just be coincidence, but it just leads me to believe that they binned that one. And it's, I mean, it's ever so slight. It's not enough that you would notice unless you were looking at the scores and looking at the temperatures and looking at them side by side, etc., etc. All right. Right, so the cooler in this is an NZXT, which, you know, depending on your age in the game of PC building, gaming, PC hardware, whatever, like if you're really new to the game, like really, then you probably have, you know, you hear NZXT and you think nothing. If you're really old, like very, very old in the game and haven't been in a while, you probably also hear that name and think nothing. But if you've been around, you know, a little bit, quite a bit, and you've stayed in the game, you might think about some of the controversies of their rental program. I assure you, I did not rent this AiO, okay? I bought this before they even had a rental program, and you know, it's decent. Not the best liquid cooler, 240, but not the worst. So hopefully, so I haven't been using it in a while, which is never good, right? These deteriorate as you use them, obviously, but from my experience, AiOs that aren't still in the original packaging, don't get me wrong, but like if you've already opened it and it's out in the open and whatever, right, and you use it at least once, they will last longer in a system generally than if you just have them on the fucking shelf open. And that may depend on brand, right? Maybe I have a lot of cheap ones and they don't last as long, perhaps. Maybe they're just more cheaply made. But that's just been my anecdotal bro science experience, basically. Take that with lots of salt. Okay, I'm not salty, but there's a lot of grains of salt in between the information I'm giving you at the moment. Okay, let's undo all these. So I actually love how this motherboard looks, personally. I think it's a very nice looking motherboard. But, you know, it depends on the theme, I guess, because it has like a, it's hard to see probably on stream, but it has like a clockwork, gears, kind of printing all over it. So, you know, depending on the rest of your build, that may or may not kind of fit thematically. Oh, I forgot to separate my chats a little more organized so I can see them easier. Alright, so let's go ahead and take this out. I'm going to move it off to the side for now. We'll see more of it because this is the one we're installing. But I just got to get it out of the way. And then we can look at it a little closer before I install it into the much bigger case. Imagine. Yeah, I'm imagining all right. Okay, actually let me put these back in here. So I always have some mounting screws, and then I guess so that, because there's one of these that is like off. I'm not sure why I specifically chose. Maybe it's the threads of that motherboard mount are borked, so I had to use a different mounting screw than the rest of them. And then we'll probably be working in this case off and on another time. Because I need to set up a build that I can test SLI in. And I have two different motherboards that I could use for SLI. But it's kind of a tough decision because one's the better CPU motherboard, which has a 7700K in it, but the SLI split is I believe 8 times 8 times 8 at 3.0, right? Which, you know, that's most motherboards. But I actually happen to have a motherboard that allows 3.0 16 by 16. Because one of them goes through the chipset. I would be very interested to test if the chipset adds some problems for latency, or if having the full 16 on 3.0 is beneficial for like two 1080 Ti's. be very interested in that. So I just don't know if I should put it in a fucking big case. And maybe I should put it on like a actual little mobile test bench. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. We'll have to test that at another time. Say goodbye to the CM Stormtrooper. Now, gotta put this down again somewhere else. Holy jeepers, Batman! Okay. No, I don't want to answer your call right now, whoever the hell you are. Alright, here's the beast. The beast. This is the EVGA DG-87. We're looking at the back here, and then what you can see of it, that is the top. So reason is I just want to kind of organize a little bit. Probably will still use these extensions. I think I'm going to use, we got some very nice Noctua fans. Some of those Chroma, the black ones, whatever the hell they're called. I think they're called Chroma. But I got some of those. Okay, I just want to see kind of organization we need to do real quick in the back, just so I can be ready, and then we'll lay it down and put in the motherboard and or put in the PSU. Power supply first, perhaps. Alright, it's not as fun to watch the power supply install, so we'll lead off with that, get that out of the way. And the reason it's not as fun in my instance is because I don't have the camera set up for better shots of the power supply chamber that we install it into. And the camera I do have set up for it is not the greatest in the world. Okay. Alright, so this has a shroud, like, mount type of a setup. So the power supply does not mount directly to the metal of the PC case. It first mounts to a shroud, and then you slide it back into the case, and then the shroud mounts to the frame of the case, and that's how it holds it in on this specific case. And these I think are kind of hard to find now. Obviously, you know, EVGA RIP, that's part of the reason, but I think they, you know, there weren't a huge number of these made, perhaps. I don't know, but I was pumped to get this. Alright, so I guess we should probably show that install. Get as much as we can out of this. So what you want to pay attention to if you have this case or a case that does this, right? You want to pay attention to when you mount your shroud on. If you can, just, you know, put everything in the case and, you know, mount everything at the same time. Power supply's in there, mount it to this and screw that in, because you don't want to get this the wrong way and then your fan is facing the opposite direction of what you wanted, right? Now, depending on the airflow that you want and the, you know, options of your case, many cases allow for you to mount it either way. Like if you mount it facing up in a bottom mount power supply case setup, then most of the time that means you'll be pulling air from inside the case through the power supply and then obviously out, which, you know, maybe it's a little warmer air because you're getting it from in the case and all your components are going to heat up that air. But, you know, in certain use cases it might help airflow in your case, right? But typically I usually like to mount these, whether it be on a bottom case mount, top case mount, or the side in dual chamber. I like to mount them in such a way that the power supply gets its own cooler air. I just recommend that you use a dust filter unless you live in a very, very dust-free controlled environment. So anyway, so because of that, I am going to tape the serial numbers. Okay, what happened to my mouse? Oh, it's all the way over here. Goodness. Goodness gracious. Alright. I think the multi-chat is working, but if I missed any chats, today, it's not because I wasn't paying attention like usual problem that I have. Today it would be because one of the platforms ate the message. So if you wouldn't mind, if that did happen to your message, please accept my apologies. It's not, I didn't set it up that way on purpose. And if that happened, perhaps you could just try your message again. Just maybe reword it in case some stupid platforms filters are eating your wording, I guess. Alright, just make sure there's no things that need to be peeled. I think we're good. Alright, so again, mine is a down mount on the bottom of the case, and I want cool air, so I'm gonna orient it in such a way that I want this to be the down. So on my plate, my bracket for the power supply, it's telling me that's up. So I want this to be up and this to be down, so that's how I throw it on there. It's simple, like we all kind of know that. It's not like I'm saying anything scientific really. It's just I say it as a reminder to myself or anyone like me that because I, you know, sometimes I'm just in a rush and I just slap it together so quick, and then I'm like, oh fuck, it's upside down. I don't want the airflow that way. I want it the other way. So mount it the way you want your airflow. Take your time. Go ahead from the beginning. And you'll, because things actually happen faster when you. Yo, welcome, Various, with another offer. Thanks for the offer, man. But I'm pretty good, man. I'm doing good. We have a nice little thing going on here. Okay, you're welcome to join in. You are welcome to join in, Various. Go ahead. follow up, man. How about dropping a follow? You know? I get it. You have business to do. You're out here trying to promote your online viewer promotion, whatever the hell that is. So I get it. I get it, man. You know? We're all out here grinding. So that's cool. But if you're on your lunch break, why don't you just stick around for a little bit? You know? Make some conversation. Even bots need lunch breaks, man. You know? Don't you guys eat electricity? Alright, cool. So, pretty simple. And then this mounts into the case. So, now we'll bring the case back up. But again, you know, not quite as good of a view. Let me do this. But it's better than nothing, man. At least you can tell I'm doing something. Okay, and then for me, I'm going to pull that part off. And so you can see my fan will be towards the bottom where there is a dust filter down there. Now this is a bit of a tight fit. That is quite interesting that is a thing. So I'm gonna have to, there's a couple screws here for this kind of sliding mechanism here, and we might put it back, or we might leave this off, but we're gonna take it off all the way for now so we don't scratch up the power supply too bad. And it's basically, it's just I'll show you in a little bit when I get it out. It's just a mechanism that kind of can cover and make it look nicer, the little wiring area where your power supply cables hook. There's one more screw. So actually no, I won't show you. Here, you can see it. See, it's just a thing that slides around and it covers that part of your power supply connectors at the bottom of your case. Because I just discovered I can leave it on there. That it was just the screws that are holding the back part, but the front screw can stay, and then we can slide this in. There it goes, no problem. And then who knows, maybe I can put a little bit of like screw down on it, because with the power supply stationary, it shouldn't be a problem as far as it scratching, because it's not moving at that point. Oh no, can't see the other chat. What's going on? There we go. Whoa, you see how much it's shaking? Oh man. This table's shaking a lot. That's why I was scared yesterday. That PC was heavy. Case and the components and everything together. That was a heavy son of a gun. See, it's got a little dust filter. If your case doesn't have this around that area, you can buy a little magnet or like custom cut stuff, and like I said, I just recommend you get that. It helps out. Some people don't believe in dust filters, and that's fine. Okay, cool. Now we can lay it down. And work on the motherboard and the AiO. But I gotta knock to a fan back there, so I gotta kind of scrape it like this as we lay it down. Then, pretty sure I want to turn this thing this way. Yeah, that'll make it easier for me. There we go. All right, let's take a look at this motherboard carefully. So this motherboard is a Taichi, huh? X570, huh? Okay. But the cool thing, it does have kind of like a half back plate, you can see. I like back plates. I just feel like it's very good to have that protection on the back. It can save you from things getting shorted out by something touching on the back. Sometimes they put like thermal pads in between, and it helps kind of act as like a heat sink as well, but most of the time it's just protective or decorative. I don't care for it decoratively. It looks good, but like that's not why I like it because I think it protects the back of my motherboard from getting nuked in every part that back plate is present. So all right, let's go ahead and put this in place, and the middle one should have like a peg or something, like a standoff. Yep, there we go. I like when you can put like a standoff mount in the middle there. All right, so we got two options. If we spin it this way, then we're stuck being over here. But I kind of want it the other way, if it will go. I don't know if it will or not. Kind of would like it there, because I feel like it would be cooler there, like cooler air. It just doesn't look correct, though. Well, I'm gonna do. We'll fix that at another time. We want today to be as fast as possible. I'm imagining. So we'll put it this way. Lets the LCD screen show up really clear, and I already have the fans in this direction for a lot better hiding of the cables. So that is good. Right there. All right, let's go. Let me get those other. Oh, they're right here. Oops. Went too high. So we're gonna have top exhaust, front intake, and I guess also back exhaust, I guess. And then I don't know, maybe another intake right here. I don't know, we'll see. Cause I've seen some weird like tests that show if you have like, let's say like a 240 here, or even if you have a 360, but if your AIO is here, you get two of them as exhaust, but also one as an intake. And sometimes that helps temperatures. So we shall see. Let's see what fits. Actually, let's go ahead and look to see if one of these. I don't think the 140s will fit there, so I'll probably have to use a 120 in that space. But let me see. Yeah, actually a 140 would fit there. So, okay. All right. Very good. Okay, cool. Alright, now we'll see about putting those. I think I have the mounting screws for that right here. Hopefully we are good and no shorting issues. Oh, hold on one second. Alright, let me see. Oh, sorry guys. Sorry chat. Yay. Alright. Mounted that. That is good. Absolutely, das ist gut. Das ist gut? Wait, I don't remember. I always screw it up. I'm pretty sure das, and then gut or guten. I don't remember that part. Okay. I think I will use the NZXT whatever thing. Yo, I'm so excited to see if I can update this poor thing to, oh, butterfly. Oh, that's beautiful. And then it just took off. Just came to my window to say hello to me. What was I talking about again? Totally freaking zonked out there. Yeah, I'm gonna use the harness, the wiring harness that came with the cooler this time. Hook up these two fans to it. Okay, so all of this needs to go out the back. Yep. Yep, all of this. Okay. Keep this kind of up there. And the same for the USB thing. Okay. So I was hoping to be able to do a twofer today, as far as like another PC build besides this one, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I think we're just going to be able to get this one done, and then tomorrow, hopefully even a little bit earlier tomorrow than today, I can do that other build. But that's a special build, so I kind of want some dedicated time for that. So yeah, I think tomorrow will be better, and it has its own stream, and I don't have to, like, you know, stop for 5 minutes and then restart, because that's what you got to do when you want to rename. Sometimes you got to do that. So what am I rambling about? So today will be this build. Basically. Why am I getting a bleep noise for some reason? Some kind of alert. I don't know why I got an alert. It's okay, I guess. Whatever. I can't really attend to it. you know, streaming at the moment. So it's very difficult. And right now, not just streaming, I'm balancing this case in one hand and the wires in the other. So. And then I'm gonna use the NZXT cam software as well on this setup. I'm kind of excited to play around with that again. The on-screen or the LCD screen display thing, and set up with some kind of meme, stuff like that. So that's what's going to be fun for me. This build. Okay. So there's all that. So now we go to the worst camera. Sorry. Let me back this up a little. So worst camera. Sorry. And see what we can tidy up here. Yep, and then this. Go back through. Other side here. We'll see where that plugs into. This is here. Probably put you this way so they're all kind of on the same side. Okay, and then the first fan, I like to be the one that's on the barbs. I like that to be the fan that gets the RPM control. Let's see which one that is. It's going to be this one. There. And then second fan is that one. Just like that. Okay. And then where are the USBs on this one? Okay, they're right in that area, so this can go here. And then this, put it here as well, but it's going to go further down. Put in another one, like so. And this is also USB, so it will go here. Voila. All these fans shut right there. Actually, no, I want to bring this probably this way. Let's see if we can do this kind of gently. Not too much issue. Like that, and then open that. And do this like so, and then this can kind of fall back over here. Nice. Oh, some tape. And then the USB 3.0 port is, where is it? Towards the front there. All right, so hopefully that reaches. Okay. Yeah, I think it will. All right. I think we're done on that side, right? For now. We should probably do power supply stuff now. Oh, I heard that squeaking and I thought it was like a kid outside crying or something, or like if it was in here I thought it was like a rat or a mouse squeaking at me. Like, what the fuck? Kind of gave me that little bit of electric jolt to my senses. It was kind of weird. All right, so we hooked that for the pump. Right. And then chassis fan 3 is over there. I'm gonna plug this one into the, so this motherboard thinks that there's a CPU fan, but it's the one on the back. It's really more for the VRMs, but it, you know, it cools a little bit of the back part of the CPU socket, so I guess it's still kind of CPU, and that's fine. Totally fine. We'll use that. The motherboard is like, oh yeah, you have a CPU fan plugged in. What it doesn't know is that it's not technically on the CPU cooler. That's okay. It'll be alright. Oh yeah, so now I'm gonna drop this down a little. You might see some with this camera, but most of it will be up here. So alright, now we need see what cables we're gonna use. Okay. Well, actually, I might have to stand this puppy up for that kind of stuff. Let's do this then while we're debating it. Plug in the USB 3.0 right there. Okay. And then we'll do the two USB 2 plugs. We'll do this one there, and we'll do this one there. And we can also go ahead and plug the power switch stuff. Reset switch is bottom, power button top. Hard drive LED is, I might unplug that. Sometimes that thing worries me to death, like all the flashing and shit. I don't care, right? I know my hard drive's getting like accessed all the time. I know that. Like, what the fuck? Alright, so it's positive on the left. That's that. Okay, and then power button to the top. Reset switch is to the bottom, like these two, I guess. Yeah, I'm trying. Stupid thing. There we go. Okay. I think we're done from this angle. Let's get these out of the way so when we do the GPU in a little bit, we don't forget and wonder why the fuck it won't slot in all the way. I don't know what it is, but I love thumb screws. I don't know why. It's like a lot of metal in a small package, I guess. Like they're very dense. It's a weird thing to admit, I know. We'll figure out hard drives last, I suppose. Close to last, like right before the GPU, I suppose, because I'm actually not 100% sure where I want those at. Alright, let me plug in a little bit while I'm stationary so we don't have the headset die on us. Okay, back to the crappy camera, folks. Sorry. Alright, so I know we need 2 CPU, so let's go ahead and let's organize what we need in cables here. So we'll look at that first, and then we'll try to get some kind of plugging in camera angle. Right, so we need motherboard. That's a definite. Again, this TUF Asus power supply has the spaghetti wires, and they are very free flowing. So a messy wiring type situation, unless you take your time or unless you use like combs, cable combs. So keep that in mind. You're looking at the 1200 TUF Gold Asus power supply, the ATX 3.0 one, that is. Alright, so we need a couple CPUs. So I got one here. See if we can find another one somewhere. Here it is. And 2 CPU. Very spaghetti-like. More so than like other power supply cable sets. Like the Seasonic ones that I have some Prime Seasonic power supplies. They also have the spaghetti style, but they're like, these are like way looser, which will it has like a good and a bad to it. The good is that it's going to be a lot easier to, like, you know, bend these, move these around, right? But the bad is, I think it's going to be, you know, you'd want to use a lot more Velcro straps and stuff to kind of keep them together looking semi-nice. So yeah. All right, we also need one of these 12-volt high power connectors. We need one of those. And that one is also very wiggly. Okay. Let me compare the two, because they give you two. Let me see if one looks better or worse than the other. No, it looks about the same. Hi, bud. So, just need one. And then if we were going to... Got this. Got this. Yeah, this is not SLI. This is not a power supply for regular PCIe graphics cards. This is definitely, like, because if your graphics card is PCIe but it takes more than 3 PCI 8 pins or 6 pins or whatever, it does not have the hookups for that, right? Unless your CPU on your motherboard power, for your EPS for your motherboard CPU power is only 1, then you recoup one more port. But they don't even give you the cables for that. Like, just with the cables they give you, you only get 3. anyway, just, you know, something to keep in mind. And then as far as like SATA, what are we looking at here? We got a bunch of SATA we got to try to find a way to hook up. So we got 1, 2. Thought we had another one for the case here. Maybe not. We got 2 SATA. So we're going to need all the SATA that they offer, plus up to 4 hard drives, potentially? Question mark? So let's see, there's 2, that would be those 2. Okay, so we're gonna need that one. And then this cable only has 2, what, 3? Ew. 3. So we're gonna be able to hook up 3 hard drives. Hopefully there's not another SATA power connector that I needed to worry about that I forgot. Hopefully not. Okay, that's the HD audio. That goes through there. Forgot about that. Fans. Okay. This. Okay. And then we're going to need the Molex, because there is one Molex hookup on this case as well. I don't know if they probably have adapters for Molex to SATA. I'm just not sure if I trust them. You know what I mean? Maybe I would use it on like one of the crappier hard drives that I'm plugging in, like that I don't really care about that much. But yeah, I don't know, man. So what we got in here? We have, so out of the hard drives, which one are we getting rid of? We're gonna keep the 2 SSDs, obviously. And fuck, I can't see this one. What the hell? Oh, just put, what is this? A Hitachi or HGST? Okay, so what is the? All right, we're gonna have to take this out. So we're gonna have to switch things around here. Did I miss any messages? I don't think so, but let me double check. Again, my apologies if I miss any chat. Sometimes the chat program or the platform eats the message, but other times I'm just so fucking zonked out involved with whatever the hell I'm doing on the build that sometimes I just zone out. So I'm working on it. I'm getting better at it. Alright, let's see what this one is. This is an HG ST. It's only 500 gigabytes, so we're definitely, this is the one we don't care about. We'll leave this one out. No problem. So, just a little laptop, or actually I believe this came out of either a PS3 or a PS4. So, good brand, I think. I think I've had good experience with HGST. So there's that. But the other one that's in there, we have 2 SSDs that we're definitely keeping those, and then we have one another 2.5, but it's 1,000 gigabytes, and it has that SSHD thing. So it's got kind of like a little bit of flash storage on it that it uses for like a kind of like a paging file or whatever the fuck. Why the hell is this cross-threading so bad? Alright, whatever. It's gonna be in there tight at least. That's fine. No problem, man. Wait, what? I think this one MX100 is a 512 gigabyte, yes. And the M4 is also a 512. I just don't remember which one I put the I don't remember which one I put the dang operating system on. That'll be something that we have to fight with later, I guess. Alright, we'll do, let's see how the layout is. PCIe ATX is on the bottom left. CPU top. SATA stuff all the way over. Motherboard all the way over. We'll do the SATA stuff last, because those are kind of easy to fuck with. Boards up here. Okay. This is a big case, so there may be a couple instances of, oh shit, it's not reaching. What do I do? And that is going to be an absolute tragedy. Oh, I'm going to be so upset because these cables are kind of short-ish. So. Oh my goodness, yeah, we are definitely cutting it close here, folks. Alright, so let's go ahead and try to plug those in. Do I have the back here? Make it easier. Put the back on, it would hold these in place. Okay. Let's put the back of the case on so we can lay it down without fighting the cables in that fan. Voila. Very good. Let's do these first.
Imagine that.
Whoa, imagine. Who we got there? Arif, what's up? What's up, my dude? What you got there? i5 12400F, B760, some DDR5, okay. 32 gigs, nice. Love it. A 3060 Ti, goated, very good. 80 plus gold, 650 watt. Oh, nice. You got a gold rated 650? Hell yeah, dude. 2 terabyte for big storage. You got your 512 M.2, 120 RGB heatsink, and you got an RGB3 fan case. You got all that for $600, my guy. My guy. You have the gift of bargaining, right? You know, barter skill is 99. What the hell, dude? How'd you level up your bartering skill like that, bro? That is good. I think that's a phenomenal fucking deal. Oh man, I like when they have these little locking tabs for the CPU EPS power tables, but then I also hate them. Come on, man, get the fuck apart. There we go. There we go. Okay, so that one will go back down. Not a problem. There we go. Oh, your own custom build. Okay, yeah. No, that's fuck, dude. You did fucking phenomenal. You fucking found the deals. You chased around. You got some sales. You fucking planned that out really well, man. And that is a great deal. I mean, in my opinion, obviously, you know, I'm like you. I'm kind of, you know, I'm a hobbyist. So, but in my opinion, that's a great deal, dude. Hell of a lot better than the deals that I've gotten lately. Holy shit. Don't get me wrong, I have stuck to MSRP, you know. I haven't played with scalpers or price gouging at all. I haven't done that. But still, MSRP nowadays on a lot of stuff is ridiculous. Did you already put it together? Rock on, dude. And thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a great day besides the PC building stuff. That's always fun. I'm addicted. I'm obsessed with PC building. All right, those cables actually don't look too bad. It's really, you know, shoddy camera. My apologies, but this stay better and stay kind of in an organized looking state better than the Seasonic cables. So that's good. I like that. So that's gonna look okay. Ow, that kind of poked my belly. Hell yeah, man, game on, dude. Yeah, this one I'm setting up. I know, you know, even though I have what am I trying to say? Even though this is gonna have a 3080, I know that this one's going to be a little bit more stressed because sometimes I'm going to use it for streaming. And you know, it does have the NVIDIA encoder on the GPU, which will definitely help a lot, but I know it's going to strain it somewhat. So so if I wasn't streaming, I could go with a lesser GPU in this build probably, and probably be, you know, totally fine, or maybe even a little better. But the streaming is definitely going to tax the probably the CPU a little bit on this one, but that's okay. It's just, you know, it's fun. It's fun to tweak the settings. I actually kind of like that when you know, that feeling when it's like a game or something's not running well and then you tweak your settings and you get it to run nice and smooth, you know, and you find that perfect like mix of like you know, graphic settings that look okay, but then it's also smooth frame rate, no stuttering. It's such a good feeling. I like tinkering, so we'll probably have fun tinkering with this bastard. What else we got here? That should be fine. I'll probably have to wrap these so they don't get overheated by the GPU's back plate right there. Let's change this actually. Yeah, let's do that. There we go. Probably gonna have to fucking change that. I wish I had two 3.0 hookup spots. Oh, actually I do. I have one on the bottom, but it's even further away. Oh well. It doesn't matter. Okay, so CPU, I think those will reach. I think we'll be fine. So let's kind of turn this around so I can see. This will help me see better, but you see worse. Sorry. Oh, the hat was hurting my head for some reason. Not sure why. There's gotta be a way to fucking get to that freaking power supply. I guess we'll have to go back to the crappy camera, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to see. If I try to lay it down for that camera, actually neither chat nor me can see in that case, so let's just take this off. Alright, let's lift the desk up, I guess. Let me plug it in. Okay. Hopefully we don't hit anything. Whoa. What did we hit? I don't think we hit anything. Okay. Just my imagination. Dude. Let me see. Maybe I could use the... Yeah, you're not going to see much there. I thought maybe I could use that. But it's whatever. Alright, now, gotta lift this camera up. Dude, that is such shit. Alright, whatever, I don't care. You know, I babble on about what I'm doing anyway, so it's okay. Alright, so got that. Okay. Hopefully we're able to get all these to reach respectively. Okay, so this will come down. So this one will go over there. Oh yeah, it plugs in pretty good. Okay. Pull that out like that. And right there. And then this one, we'll put it right there. I have to cover this up with like a Ziploc bag because you don't want that touching something metal like a screw or something on the case. That is definitely totally bad. Okay, so let's do this furthest one first. Dude, I'm amazed these cables reach. Like, kind of no problem, but a little bit, you know, it's like right on the edge, let's say. And remember, you know, it's not just the 12-volt high power or 12 2x6 connectors. It's not just those. All power supply connectors, you gotta make sure, and you should make sure that they plug all the way in. Remember that, Jones. Come on, Jonesy. What the hell? Why is this one? Oh, there it goes. Okay, I can't really see this one, so I'll have to from the other side when we turn it back around to check it. Dude, and they make these so sharp, these grommets at the end of the cable, so pretty easy to slice yourself up, slice and dice. Actually, I'm gonna switch these, I think. Because, well, actually, no, we'll put this Wait, what? Put this one over here. That. And then the 12-volt high power. Put that one right here. Alright, cool. Now, last but not least, we gotta do these kind of pains in the butt cables here. Let's see, there's the SATA. And this is Molex. Okay. Dude, it's just no fucking seeing. Alright, so I'm gonna mark these so I know, because I don't have to do it from the other side. I know what the heck these are. Okay. Short one is the 2. Oh, nope, actually I did that wrong. It's the Molex. Long one is the 3. Okay. And the one with no tape is the Molex. So let's go ahead and hook up. Let's see here. How do we hook up this one? All fan stuff, so we'll do that. And where's the other fucking? Oh, here it is. And this. Right there. Boom. Do 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 do. Bang 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 ding ding. Like that, and then the Molex. Hook it right here, and then maybe I'll find like a cheap NVMe drive. Right now we're just working with SATA drives. There, 2 of them are SSDs, but still, I would really like to get some buddy? Oh no, my buddy's falling asleep, my junior. Alright, hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on, buddy. Wait for daddy. Alright, I am back. Okay, third byte check. Okay. This will go through those 3 hard drives, hopefully. We might have to mix them up a little bit, because I don't know. Here's the hard drives. Pretty close together, so let me see here. Sometimes you can't loop them all together, but that's not bad. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, and then I'll try kind of maybe put it here somehow. That I don't remember where I put the mounting hardware for this case. It's probably maybe in the attic or basement or something. So, actually, it might be in the basement. Gosh, I gotta organize that place. All right. Anyway, put this down here. Try to keep track of the power supply area's temperature. Okay, and then this is the 12 volt high power. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, let's take all this stuff away. We only have one 12 volt high power connector and a couple PCIe solutions left. Everything else has been used. Okay, so we'll put this back in the box. Kind of off stream here. Alright, now we try to turn it around. Try to still keep it up high so maybe I can see where to plug these things. Yeah, there we go. Let's see if I can share the view. I don't know. No, it doesn't come clear, but you know, you'll be able to at least see when I'm trying to plug something in. Let's drop it down. Alright, so this one is the 2 SATAs, this one is the Molex, and this is the 3 SATAs. Okay. So this one, plug in wherever it could reach. Looks like this one's gonna have the hardest time reaching, so we're gonna come this way with it, because wait, what the fuck? Oh, okay. Spaghetti lines can't be annoying. Spaghetti cables, you know. 300. Molex, guess I'll put it right there. And then this output right there. And see, that's the tray I showed a long time ago, like hours ago. Just kind of covers a little bit. So might move this over here. Maybe. Oh, actually, what am I doing? Guys, I do need the PCIe cables. Like, I'm remembering the 3090 Ti has the 12 volt high power connector. The 3080 Ti does not. So, wow, it's a good thing I remember that. Before I closed it all up, that would be a bunch of baloney. Alright, so let's go ahead and take that out. Which that's fine. I kind of prefer not fighting with the 12 volt high power connector on this one. Even though technically one of these sets of cables, let me show you on the good camera. So for the PCIe stuff, has one regular PCI cable and it has one, see, with two, but the power supply side connects to the 12 volt high power connector. So kind of, you know, interesting. So there's that. So that's two of them. And then the third one is your regular power supply hook up to PCI. So, alright. And then I think they're right here. You might be able to sneak them all the way down here. Let's see here. Yeah, I think so. 12 volt high power adapter to PCI. It's kind of funny because it's like the opposite of the other adapters. You go the other way with it. Hey, what the hell? No, I still want it at the back. I'll move that other one. Okay, back to the other side. Right round, baby, right round. Burr, 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 and you spin me right round. The spin. Oh, I keep forgetting I have this. Where is it? I need to use this thing. Dude. Guys, when you have things that, you know, especially if it's a gift, but when you have things that are there to help make things easier, use them, right? Have this bad boy. Look at that. Look at that. What the heck, Jones? Now we gotta go back up. What the hell? No, I lost the screwdriver. Okay, let's see. Actually, I'm going to change those around again. Slide all this down. There. Whew. Good gravy. Just kind of tuck those in. Everything else tucked back in. Tucked in. We only have a few things that maybe we should bag up. Mostly this bottom one, I'm sure. Yeah. it from hopefully touching anything. Everything else is used, it's just that one. Oh, wait, that ripped off. Oh, okay, well. See what we got here. Just need one small, there you go, right here. These on top of these. Voila. Perfect. All right, no screws making contact with the Molex stuff. That would be hella bad. And then might need this. Let's see. Trying to loosen this here. I might need this fucking plug for the top. There it is. Okay. There. Oh, no problem. I think that's fine. What? Another? Oh my gosh. Got him. Okay. There we go. There. Easy. Got an extra fan header cable, so that's good. Made out like a bandit. Alright, so then these three are going to be alright, so it doesn't really matter. Go ahead and put this up here. Hopefully we have good wiring with the plugs here. For the fans. Yeah, there you go. That's fine. And then I do have this one as well. And what happened to the HD audio cable? Oh, here it is. I think it needs to go about like that. Be able to go this way. See. So I guess you would first put it through here, and then you would punch it through from the other side. Kind of deal. All right, back to this side. Oh, help me. Starting to feel it. The tiredness is starting to kick in a little. Actually, I kind of want those fans on this side, so then I don't need this like that. Arrgh. Quit changing your mind, man. Don't we all go through that, like changing your mind like a bunch of times on some shit? Install, uninstall, reinstall, install, install, reinstall, uninstall, reinstall, blah blah. Okay, so might still need these or might not. Let's see. I'm gonna put the fans. We might not actually even need those. Might be able to take this. Actually, well, the top one we might need. Okay. These extenders are very handy for the fans. Okay, but either way, they don't need to be through this front part. All right, I might be ready to lay it back down for some better camera angle stuff now. I do want to see, is there a way to like, that's the best I can do on that. Okay. I don't know. Okay. Fare thee well, ogre. Okay, we're ready, I think, to lay it back down and fight with the side where we can all see, you know, the whole class can look at it at the same time. Okay. No, that's up. You don't want to do that. Okay, here we go. Take out our roller. Down here, I gotta get my screwdriver. Ow. Okay. A little bit better. Just a little bit better. Probably going to need these for the back fans if I end up using the Noctuas. So this one, try to put it up here. Actually, no, wait, it would actually be for over here. Okay, keep it down here for now. Just like this is how we'll do it. No, I have to go this way if I want to install those. There we go. Alright, so here's the fans we got. Set up. And we got fan screws right here. Ready to go. Now, we want air this way. This one I'm debating if maybe if I want to do an intake there as well, but let me see. I have some magnetic dust filters here somewhere. Let me see what it looks like. If it will, because I don't want that spot to bring in dust. Yeah, I got some right here. Yeah, that should work. Okay, cool. So yes, we will put one up there. I'm gonna redo the grommets though. Do I have another green? I got a bunch somewhere, but I don't know where they're at. So this is like a random looking one. Random. All red, and that's all that. Okay, cool. So we only have we only got 5 of the white. Okay. Oh wait, no. One right here. Got 6. 6 of the white. Yay. Okay, cool. Got 2, 4, 6. We got 7 fans. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. 3. No, we got 6 fans. Yeah. So where the hell? Where did I think that I had 7? Alright. So we're gonna go with a red, white, and blue theme. And the grommets here. Or the vibration grommets, whatever the hell. Whatever they're called. If we want, we can have that on this side. That would be awesome, actually. And then this would be legible, correct side up. Red. For the 3 front ones. Three, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, yay. We'll use them all. Oh wait, I forgot about this side here. Ah, shoot. I think it'll be fine. That's fine. It is fine, Jones. Shake and bake, baby. That's a little Red Alert Command and Conquer reference. Anybody knows about that, maybe? Alright, so this one, try to put it like that. Yeah. So it needs same pattern pretty much. So that's the one for right here. Okay. Like that. Okay. Now for the two back ones, they have to go this way. Okay. Oh, actually. That. Oh, actually, no. No. I forgot about the cable. It has to turn in a different direction. These may not work for the back, actually. So I may end up keeping two of them. Because of these short cables. Yeah. Yeah, I think I have to keep these cables up. Like, I have to keep two of these or somewhere else. So for a different machine, completely different machine. And then I'll use on the back, probably get those I got some EVGA 140s that I can use for those, and they have actual proper cables that will reach. So This part just tedious, takes forever. All right. Oh wait, what did I do? I need one on the top too. Okay, sorry, there's movement outside. Just want to check on everything. Sure, we're good. Should be alright. So what did I do? I did red and blue with the white. Okay. got a delivery. Shoot. Alright, hold on, folks. I'm taking forever with this part anyway. What the heck? Alright, this one's gonna move. No, I lost the fucking screw. Wait, what? How? Excuse me? Oh my goodness. Screw does not work. No, really. Okay, there's that one. Okay, last one coming up, and then we'll take a break from this boring bullshit that I'm doing right now. Goodness. So I gotta go get a delivery at the door. Some groceries. Our groceries are here. All right, let's take a break. If you're heading out due to the boringness and or the break, I hope you have a good one. If you're sticking around, enjoy the music. And if you feel like it, Over on the Twitch chat, you can play a Streamlabs word guessing game, whatever the heck it's called. I don't fucking know. But feel free to head over to Twitch chat for that game, because it only like works on Twitch, that game. Otherwise, enjoy White Bat Audio by Karl Casey.
Imagine that.
Yo, I am finally back. That was a lot of delivery. Okay.
Imagine that.
All right, let's see. And luckily, don't miss anything. We're good to go, people. All right, and I feel a little bit refreshed. This room gets a little hot, so it's good to step away from it every now and then. Mainly because of the stream PC when it starts kicking in. Oh my goodness, it really heats up in here. So, apologies. Had to coordinate with a neighbor down the street that what would we do if there was a zombie apocalypse? You know, are we gonna be friends, or are we gonna be kind of at each other, right? So we tentatively made an agreement that we would work together, take over the you know 5 to 10 mile square radius around here. Anyway, so that was good. Very productive meeting, to be sure. You need friends in those kind of times, man, I'm telling you. I really would like to have those other fans, those other two fans as back exhaust, but excuse me, I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna work out. So let me see how. Can't really show on camera, so you have to listen whether or not we're successful. What the heck is this thing? So I could hook this one directly, looks like. That's good. But the other two, I think I have to use an extension. Because if I don't, kind of. I mean, I could try it without. Let's see. We'll see if, because this panel right here is a panel that's muy importante to me. can it work alongside those? Oh, yes it can. So then I do have enough extensions to maybe perhaps use for those back two fans. Okay, how about that? How about that? That is a completely different situation for that. Okay, nice. I think we are going to do that. You can see kind of the work that we're doing here. Da, 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 da. Ooh. Okay, so got the 3 front Chromax Noctua fans on the front there. Got one on the top, also as an intake. We were able to directly connect all of them, so we didn't have to use any of our extension lines. So we got 3 here. We should only need 2, but we have an extra one just in case we need to double up or something for the back 2 fans. And that is very good. Let's see. And then the top fan, just have a magnetic dust filter, because it will be the only fan that doesn't have a dust filter, sort of. Alright, so I think we can take and set this down for now, because we gotta work on the door, the fans that go on the door. So it's kind of a little bit of a unique kind of a setup. So this is the back door, and it's a little easier to set up today than what I have done in the past. If you've ever lurked on any of the older streams, because today we're doing it as it was designed, which is exhaust, and so it's a little easier setup when you do that. All right, here we go. Oh, sorry, chat. I keep bumping into you guys. Oh wait, what in the world? I did this wrong. Alright, so I need the lines down. Not sure why I did it that way, but okay. Alright, so right there. Oh yeah. Let's go.
Imagine that.
Yo, imagine that. Hey, look at that. I found another washer. Then we just need one of these. And that should be plenty. Plug it into the case because the plug-ins, the headers for these are right, kind of like right there. So that should be plenty. Just one each should be enough. yeah, that's gonna be good. All right. And we need another one of these for right here. All right, door is done. Okay. Let's put this back over here. Now, I think we're kind of ready to install the power supply, the GPU. Okay, that's whatever. I should have done that earlier. I forgot that my arm articulates out a little bit that way, so. Okay, so I think we kind of good to go here. Oh, great. I gotta figure out. Oh, what the fucking fuck? Oh man, yeah, I'm starting to hate the spaghetti wires even more. Okay, so this one up there. Okay, good. And then this one is missing its. This goes to this one, I think. Yeah, I think this one goes. Okay. And that's there. Okay. Alright, let me grab the GPU. Yo, what's up, May? He's sad. I'll just do a quick build before dinner. Dinner turned into breakfast. And he still couldn't find where that one extra screw came from. Hey, that sounds just like me. I think you're writing about me. Alright, so the GPU of choice for this build will be the EVGA for the Win 3. No fucking blur, hopefully, but whatever. 3080 Ti Ultra. So it's like, it's more than you need while also being outdated. Isn't that crazy? The times that we live in. That is crazy. Like I don't understand that anymore. It's so weird. That expensive, hardcore GPUs like that can start to struggle. But, you know, games are getting heavier and less optimized, so it, you know, it shouldn't be surprising, like, at all. Alright, this is the, what is this, the HD audio? Okay, we're going to actually bring it from this angle right here. There we go. And then we can put that up here. Cover up some of those cables. You sneaky. Might have this like that. There. Oh wait, what? Wait, this comes unattached? What the fuck? Okay. Didn't realize that. Now, the other thing I totally forgot about is having some type of oh, what the hell do you call it? Like anti-sagging bracket. Kind of low on that. I've used all the ones that I remember, and well, that I know. Well, what? No, I remember there's one more. I just don't know where it is. So we're gonna have to thumb screw the ever living bejesus out of this poor thing. I mean, luckily it's not as heavy as like, you know, the 3090 or whatever, so. Alright, so you can see these tubes here. I'm gonna have to like wrap them, or like maybe if I could get like a little hanger to lift them up a little. They don't touch too much, because you know they'll stay like this for a little bit, but then you know as time passes they'll just start falling back down. And then, like I said, the only other thing would be like an anti-sag bracket. So go ahead and see what we got here. So this one is by itself. Okay. Put it here. Oh, feels like that, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. It does go this way. There it goes. There's one. And then these two, we'll split it up. Oops. Probably do some kind of sleeving or something on these. Looks a little bit awful. Actually, I don't even like these loops. Why didn't they just make these individual? Man. looks like that. Let's see what it looks like with the door. Not the door, the whatever the heck this is called. The LED panel thing. There. Okay. Maybe I should put, maybe it'll look better the other way. Put the loops together. This guy. Put it by itself at the end. There we go. And then this, I'll have the two loop ones together. I don't think it's going to show up on this camera, but there. Yeah, that actually looks slightly better like that. Loops together. Those loops look horrible to begin with, but it's whatever. Yeah, definitely want some type of bracket to hold this thing a little better. Okay. The other thing we want to do, if I can find all of them. Oh yeah, here we go. Is put the panels here down here so that this doesn't fight this fan. That looks good. All right, thank you. Thank you, man. Where did I put all of those slot panel blocking things? Where the hell are they? Oh, I got some of them over here. I had a whole bunch that I had brought up, I think yesterday. Oh, here we go. All right. So we got sticker ones, sticker ones. This is different. Yeah, this is different. That goes to that. Yeah. all those go together. This one is different. Okay. I'll probably leave the top one open. Then I feel like I should open this, but I'll probably block the lower half a little bit. Okay. I wonder if I should put one more. Nah, we'll leave that open as well, just in case there's some excess heat maybe that can slip through there. Alright, now I have another thing I could put on the back of that if I want. Put this here, which does help actually a little bit, despite some reviews saying it doesn't help at all. And I think it also, in my opinion, kind of cleans up the back area look somewhat. Alright, let me grab one last picture. My serial number. So, you know, there's not much you can do with this now because of the, you know, I mean, you know, they still have warranty stuff operational, but it's just not the same. Okay. And then I think it's also good because it kind of protects that that sheet there, or sheet. What am I talking about? Not the sheet. It protects the oh, damn. The back of the GPU chip, the die. So let's put that right there. Boom. Very good. Put this in here. Keep that like that for now. Okay, very good. Looking nice. We're almost ready for a test boot, like we did yesterday with the other build. So let's first make sure, yep, power supply is off. Plug in that. Done with this. Now we need Mouse and keyboard setup, just like yesterday. So yeah, like I said a long time ago when I started the stream, it definitely looks as though it is a one system build today. I was going to try to do two. All right. We got one. Okay. See if we can get into the BIOS. Okay. And then in the future, I may throw the PCI. I have two different capture cards because one is older, but that might be good for the system, you know. So I might throw the 1080p capture card in there instead of having to use the USB one with this build. Yeah, we'll see. Alright, cameras, that should be okay, I think. Most of the action is right there. This one, the glare. Alright, let's plug it in. Oh, you know what? The one thing I forgot that is pretty damn important, SATA data cables. Without those, you're not going to be booting Windows from a SATA hard drive. Like, it's just not going to happen. So, luckily, just so happen to have 3 brand new ones here. Let's see. Dude. But I think we'll hook one at a time until I find the one that is the Windows drive. I'm gonna try the freaking bottom one. Try that one first.
Imagine that.
Oh my gosh, imagine trying to fucking give me a heart attack. Thank you, whatever that was. What the hell was that? Whoa, thanks for the bits, Swiss. Appreciate it. I don't know why it's not updating. Oh, great. Did the fucking Stream Elements thing crash again? Thank you. Thanks for those bits. Making sure you're on high alert. Yeah, you are. Dude, why is this not picking that up? Oh, wow. That thing crashed hard. Alright. Well, it's a good thing you did that, Swiss, because that also allowed me to check if that was working, because it wasn't. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. Any chats or whatever. Okay, so I'm ready to smash the delete key. Okay. So, we're going to plug this in to the kilowatt so I can kind of loosely keep an eye on whatever happens. Let's power that on. See if we get any power on the motherboard. Ow, 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 ow. Chat, why'd you do that? Why'd you run into me, chat? Chat, why'd you do that? Whoa, I've never seen that happen. I've never seen like no lights on a motherboard. Okay, this is going to suck if this is a dead power supply. I should have tested it. Live and learn. Live and learn. Let's see. Oh, it fired up. Never mind. It fired up. We're getting contact. Alright, it says new CPU installed. Okay. Well, we're getting something. I don't remember doing the new CPU thing, but I guess it's possible that that is what we did. Alright, so we're going to reset that, whatever it's called, FTPM thing. Don't do that if you use encryption. It tells you. Always read before you do things. Don't be like Jones. And then, you know, it takes its sweet time. Yay! Alright, so we did get a BIOS screen I will share in a moment, but first I think that is the Windows boot one. Yes, it says Windows Boot Manager. Alright, so let's go ahead and shut down. Okay, and just to be safe, we're gonna turn off the power supply, and now we will plug in those other two, so one at a time. Just gonna go into the bottom. Okay, plug that one to the bottom one. Very good. Okay, and then the last one will get plugged in to that second one. This is D. The data SSD, I guess. Okay, so in this case, kind of peek over here, find it. Ah, now what? Oh, thanks, Swiss. 4 hours too long. You're not tired? What are you doing? Is something wrong? Yo, W, what's up? Thanks for coming by. Thanks, Swiss, for the heads up. I was so engrossed. I can't get my camera angle to show you, but I was fighting with the SATA cables for the hard drives. It's like a pain in the ass to like reach back in there. So I was fighting with these cables and trying to wire manage them or some crap, you know, move them around. It was a pain. It was a pain. Pain, pain, painkiller. Painkiller kills the pain. Alright, so we got dust filter. Okay. It turned on fine before, so, you know, if it does it now, all I did was plug in some SATA cables for the hard drives. So hopefully we don't have a problem. And I can breeze through the BIOS, see what we could do. Build isn't done yet. This is a different one. This is more of a slap together random parts than yesterday. Yesterday's is done. That one's done. This one is just a bunch of leftover parts that I'm gonna just, I don't know. I don't know what I'll do with it. I kind of want to use this as like a stream PC as well, but I don't know if it can handle a lot of the games I would want to stream. So, whatever, we'll see. Yeah. I think we're good now. And the worst problem was trying to get everything plugged in. So hopefully, you know. Okay. Now should be able to switch over. Where's my other mouse? Show the BIOS here. Show that we do boot into the BIOS. It was a success. Booyah! Oh yeah. We in the BIOS, boys and girls. So let's see if we can turn on the Expo or whatever for the RAM. No, not that. There it is. Because if we go with this other one, let's see, that does 3600 at CL16 at 1.4. These don't actually say, so I'm not going to use those. I'm just going to grab that one. And let's go ahead and save that. Let's see if that will save. Yes. Did we get it? Yes. So now we have 64 gigabytes all running at 3600 transfers, CL16. So that's good. Now I want to check that rebar is on, whatever it's called. Is that in here? We got to turn that on. Oh, we got to turn off CSM. Where is it? Is that in here? Where's CSM? Yeah, I don't want that. Turn that off. And then we can do all of these things. Enable. Let's go ahead and save that as well. Yes. How's everything going, W? W7. It has a ring similar to like a James Bond thing, like 007, and you're just W7. Okay. Advanced. Going okay? Alright, cool. Appreciate you coming by. Yep, so those stayed. CPU. Probably not gonna fuck with this too much. I think this is on, right? Yeah, it's on. Okay. So that's good. Where's the monitor thing at? There we go. We can see the temperatures and stuff. Alright, so let me go ahead and put these panels on. So we have a complete build here. And maybe turn this light off. Because we did it. We finished another build. Another day, another build. So that's 2 days of streaming and 2 completed builds. I do gotta flip this around. This is sideways. That's wrong. James had 777. I have 719X. Hell yeah. How many PCs you have? I have a bunch. I only have a few that are like what you would consider like super top quality maybe. And I just keep rebuilding them basically. Like I change cases all the time. I switch parts between them. I come up with a new idea and I'm like, oh, I want to do this, or maybe I get a new power supply or whatever, and then I end up, you know, switching that out and making a whole fucking mess of everything. So. Alright. There's that. Here's the door. And then every now and then I'm also like working on other people's computers. Like that's kind of what I do as like a side hustle. There we go. Or like, you know, usually it's like repairing or helping someone else build one, but every now and then I'll sell computers that I build. So yeah, sometimes. Yeah, I do. No, I don't. I mean, my shop is my office here, basically. Yo, what's up? Fadacio. Alright, cool. Thanks for coming by. And thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Over there on the green machine. But yeah, I don't technically have like a store. I want one. I do. That would be fucking badass. That would definitely like go really well with me as like a business profession, is to own like a computer parts store, or maybe not. I don't know if I'd want like a full-fledged like computer repair store, because that is fucking like doing it as a side hustle on my own. I get to kind of choose what projects I take on. So I don't know if I would do that. To me, it would be more like maybe selling computers, selling computer parts, building computers. That would be more in line with what I would want to do. See, this door goes right there. Boom. Put one right here. Boom. Look at that. Now we have basically kind of a completed build. It's hard to see, but we got the fans on the back now. It's there. So that is the X570 Taichi motherboard, a 3950X AMD Ryzen CPU, a EVGA for the Win 3 3080 Ti Ultra GPU, and an Asus TUF 1200 80 plus gold power supply. And so far, doing all right. We're idling at, what's it say? Like 140s? Idling around 140. Let's see, let's make sure the door closes. You're supposed to put the cable the other way, but that's fine. There. Let me see if I can kill this glare so we can show off this. I love this case. This is all-time one of my favorite cases. 100%. I'm in love with this case. Oh, I'm giving more water. There, that's a little better. So that, let's also, let me switch scenes. Let me go to that scene right there. Thanks, Swiss. Looks like thanks, W. Yeah, I do sell. It's not like I don't have a store. I sell on my own. I don't know how to explain that. You know what I mean? Like I don't have like a store like a Best Buy or a Newegg actual store. There's just me, and like, you know, sometimes I sell to other people in the neighborhood or something, right? But yeah, this case is cool. This case is cool. You see, it's like very symmetrical. There's the front. There's the top. It's got, you know, some power buttons. Couple USB, regular, just 2.0 type A up there. Reset button. And then down here, you got your inside temperature. That's like in the case, ambient temperature. You got USB-C. You got an HDMI. You got headphone and microphone jacks. And 2 USB 3.0s. Of course, your power button and reset button. And then the K button, that's a button that's supposed to like boost. Like you can tie that into their Precision X software. But, you know, RIP EVGA, they're kind of gone. So, not really a thing anymore. I mean, it probably still works, you know. You just, if you get the software that ties in with it, then it would apply overclocks. It's called K-Boost, and it's just like a one button, and then you can turn on like an overclock and you know, push it again, and it goes back to normal. You know, it's like a quick way of turning on an overclock on and off, basically. And our liquid is running about 29 degrees. CPU is showing about 42. Motherboard 31. Yeah, I don't know. So it looks like another day that we successfully completed the mission. I'm glad. I'm very glad. All of those, W. All of those. All of those. Jaskell, what's up? Long time no see. What's up, Holmes? Welcome on in. I'm just here chatting it up with Mr. W. We just finished changing all this. These were like parts in like I think about 3 different PCs, and we put them all into this case. So depending on what you're doing, might be a mismatch. You know, the CPU might fall a little behind the GPU, maybe, but it just depends on what you're doing. So, but otherwise, pretty good. And it's a good thing I don't have it on the spinning thing because it's plugged in, and I might forget that and just start spinning it around, because I got one of these. I got one of these display spinners. What we got there? How you been? I've been pretty good. What about you? So I got one of these spinners, right? And imagine if it's on here, it's plugged in, and I just start spinning it. Bad thing would happen. Yeah, Swiss says we worked really hard over on Twitch. Yep. If you're a gamer, then you should also upload benchmarks. I do. Yeah, if you, I mean, it's up to you. If you have enough time, you can check out my channel. I've done a lot of benchmarking. I still have to obviously benchmark some of these new builds. But you know, right now I got stuff everywhere, right? Like I got parts laying everywhere, so I'm trying to like crunch out the builds, finish all the builds, and then after that I can go play around with like 3D Mark, do some game benchmarks, stuff like that. So, and I usually do those, it's not really edited, unfortunately. I usually do those like straight on a stream. So they're kind of, most of the time they're long format. So I understand if you don't like go looking for that, but I do benchmark. I do. GPU shopping, but hating breaking the bank. Yeah, man. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Some things are getting a little better, you know, but it's still like the problem I have with the market is MSRP was already horrible on, like, if we're just, you know, just this target the GPU stuff. MSRP was already fucking wrong. Especially for NVIDIA, right? Especially NVIDIA. AMD, you know, it was better, but it was still not what I would consider a good MSRP hit. NVIDIA was just batshit crazy with theirs. So even when things come down and become more normal, you know, getting better, so to speak, those prices are still fucking garbage. It's horrible. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Alright. Okay, let me see if, yeah, I don't know if I want to boot into Windows yet. Yo! David Osu! What's up? Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate it. I'm good. Thank you, though. Thanks for the offer. And, yep, and they still are. Yep. Semi-passive mode. Sure, it will increase your reach. Testing 15 games on 30 and 47 as an example. Yeah. Those are so popular. That is true, W. Yeah. I probably should. I did start like doing like the framework, the outline of something like that, but it has to be edited and cut down. So maybe I'll take some of the stuff I already have, because I have a huge spreadsheet. I mean, it's not huge, but a spreadsheet that I created with a whole bunch of the benchmarks I did live. And all I would have to do is get my editor to like chop up the live streams, because it would be multiple, and just kind of like put them together. And then I could take any of the info that's not shown on screen. We can then edit the info in there, because I took down all the information on a spreadsheet. So yeah, it probably would help a lot. So thank you. But yeah, well, we are winding down here. That idea early on that I thought maybe I could do 2 builds today, that's not gonna happen. Tomorrow we'll do another build, okay, God willing, you know. But as long as everything works out, tomorrow will be a special build. Tomorrow's gonna be a kind of a, it's not an all-white build, but the case is all white. The GPU is an all-white GPU. And then I have a motherboard and power supply and things like that that look nice, right? So hopefully the contrast between the black and silver components and the white case and the white GPU, hopefully it will look nice. So it would be a nice little experiment. Oh, thanks so much, W. Yeah, no, I have an editor already. I'm kind of obligated. I already made a deal with someone who does editing for me. the problem is like even if you were my editor, what slows things down is me pulling the trigger on what I want. So even if it was you, I still have to gather the things together that I want, and you know, then I would ship it over to you. But thank you so much. That's such a nice offer. But yeah, I got an editor, and I have edited some things on my own. It's just I'm not as quick at it, and also it gives me a headache. Kind of pisses me off. So. Oh, my thumb screws. Look at the tragedy, guys. Look at the tragedy right there. Thumb screws. Thumb screws. No. I knocked them all over, bro. Broski. Okay. We're good now. Everything in the world is right again. Alright guys, so sorry for the timing. Josco, I know you just got here. W, you were only here for probably 5 minutes before that, it feels like. And we're just gonna get out of here already, but I gotta go and eat. I kind of worked through lunch and ate while I was here on stream earlier, so now I gotta actually sit down and eat this time, because it's not good for you. It's good, you need to digest, you know. So we're gonna roll out of here. Let me see. This kind of captures. This is a better camera. But you know, it's mounted, so it's not really the best way to look at the case, but there it is. DG-87 EVGA case, DG-87. It is a beaut, man. I love this case. It's so good. So 3950X Taichi X570 3080 Ti EVGA GPU, Asus TUF power supply, NZXT 240 AiO. But to me, the thing that makes this, no matter what you put in it, is this fucking case. Like, you could put anything in this, and it would make it special, in my opinion. So, alright, thanks for hanging out. PC overview. This camera's horrible. This camera's horrible, dude. But I'll give you a little bit closer up-ish. So Taichi, look at that. It's blurry, but I love the look of that AiO cover. So X570 Taichi, look at that. That's very nice in my opinion. The NZXT, we gotta flip it with the software, but that is their 240 Kraken liquid cooler right there. We got a couple sticks of Mushkin 3600 CL16 RAM. These are 32 gigabyte sticks, so it's 64 gigabytes total. We got the EVGA For the Win 3 Ultra 3080 Ti, and I put a janky little cooler on top of the backplate. You know, that's what Jonesy does. We got the Asus power supply is providing some power. We got some SATA hard drives down there that are hard to see. It's 2 SSDs and 1 SSHD, which is like one of those hybrid hard drives that has like a little bit of flash storage on it. We got in the front, the fans with the red, white, and blue vibration grommets. Those are Chroma 140 millimeter Chroma by Noctua fans. Those are case fans. Got 3 in the front. Got 2 on the door here. You open it up, you can see those. 2 on the door. And they plug in right there. And then on the top, obviously we have the NZXT 120 fans for the 240 cooler radiator, but we also have one intake at the top, one of those chromas at the top, just to bring in some more air, and also so this doesn't steal the air from these that the front is bringing in. Sometimes if you have a fan that's on the top that's exhaust, it will steal the front fan's air. They just go out before it gets to this. So trying to make sure we get all the air. And then down in the bottom we got the Asus TUF Gaming 1200 watt 80 plus gold and 80 plus gold and cybernetics gold rated power supply. It is an ATX 3.0, but because of the card we're using, we used PCI. And hey, no problem, W. Yeah, sorry about the camera. I'm looking to see if there's like a decent replacement for this one. But it's not too bad, especially like when it's like lit up like this. It still kind of comes through a little bit. It looks pretty good. It's just when it's bright in here, this camera has a hard time looking nice, so to speak, right? And then we go ahead and shut that. And then if we go over here on the little right hand corner, you can see the BIOS. And in there we can kind of go through and see that we're basically, we got BIOS number P5.60. That's one of their newer beta ones. And it's the Ryzen 9 3950X. We got it just regular 3500 that's the speed of the processor. We did put XMP profile on our RAM, so we're running at 3600. And then let's see, hardware monitor. Here we can kind of see temperatures. We're running about 41 on the CPU. Motherboard's rocking at 30. Fan speeds are very quiet, running very quiet. And yeah, it is, you're right, W, it's very unique. This cost, oh my gosh, I don't remember the price. I bought this so long ago. I bought this when they first released these cases, EVGA. I got it from them. Did I get it? Maybe I got it from Amazon. But as soon as it was released, I was on top of it. So it was so long ago, I don't remember the price. They're hard to find now. And then this temperature at the front, that 24 degrees Celsius, that's just basically the ambient temperature, but it's the temperature inside the case. So let's see, I don't know. I don't have a thermometer in the room right now. I do have one somewhere, but I don't know what the room's ambient temperature is. So that's pretty damn cool to be inside the case temperature, right? It is the lower half. It would be a little bit warmer if I put the sensor to the upper half of the case. So yeah. Yep, very cool. Very symmetrical. Very nice. Yeah, one of my all-time favorite cases. Probably is straight up my all-time favorite, bar none. So, so thanks so much for hanging out, everyone. Thank you, W. Thank you for all the conversation, all the chatting. Thanks, Jaskell. Thank you, Swiss, May. I know there's some lurkers out there. Appreciate you guys a lot too. You don't have to feel obligated to chat. Man, just hanging out. It really is appreciated. Well, I think my mouse is dying. It doesn't want to move around. There it is. Let's make sure I don't miss anybody. Thanks for all the follows, all the subs. Whoa! What the heck was that? Oh, and of course, Saya. What the heck? Saya is out there as well. Thank you. Holding it down. Ninja style. Appreciate the bit. Thank you for being here. Yeah. I think we're good, man. Van was here way in the early hours of the stream, so we outlasted his bedtime, I believe. All right, so let's go ahead and get out of here. Thanks, everybody. Tomorrow, white build. Tomorrow, wait, I'll give you a little sneak peek. Hold on, I'll give you a sneak peek. Tomorrow we have a very special build. Let's see which one. Let's use this one. We have a very special build, sneak peek. Beautiful. This PC is for someone else, okay? So, this is not for me. This is for somebody else. Yo, Swiss, what's up? Very special build. This is the Gigabyte AiO. And it is the white version. It is the 5070 Ti. So, tomorrow will be, Lord willing, tomorrow will be good stuff. I recommend you tune in to the circus of value. So it will go in a Corsair white case, 4000D, and the rest of the components are not going to be. It's not going to be a pure white build. It's not going to be Snow White. It's not going to be Christmassy, but it will be. It will be like a contrast kind of a build. So you got black, silver, and white will be the build colors. So. Hey, I hope you can make it. Should be around the same time that I started today. Just a heads up. I know maybe you have to wait till this time to watch, which, you know, I'm sorry. But I will probably start similar timing, so, you know, give it roughly what? How long have we been going today? I'm not sure. We've dropped a lot of frames just now, so where the hell? Where's my timer that tells me how long I've been live? Do I even have one? What the fudge? Oh well. Well, anyway, you guys probably could figure out faster than I can, so anyway. So I hope to see you guys there. Here, by there I mean here on this stream, you know, and we'll have some fun with another build. 5 hours. Thank you, W. We'll have some fun this time with a build that is 100% purely out the door for somebody else when we're done. So Goodbye, my friends. Goodbye, goodbye, good night, and goodbye. So we'll see what happens tomorrow, guys. Thanks again. Hope everyone has a good one. Have yourself a good morning, a good afternoon, a good night. Stay safe on the internet. And I don't know, chilly people. We'll catch you tomorrow. All right. See you next stream. Ciao for now. God bless.